Just a second. I could have sworn I had updated the Twitch title. My bad. My bad. Now I think it is correct. Fantastic. I don't know why it saved that that tag, but maybe it'll go away all on its own. Now, welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, as usual, go for about 3 hours or so, maybe a bit more. Who knows? Hopefully you'll get about 15 duties. That's the target if we want to finish before ever cold. Ooh. Otherwise, I'll have to figure that out on my own. Or in a different way. We'll see. But on that note, hey Kanj, hey Taldemar, hey Rost, hey Rain, hey Mesa, hey Lana, hey... Wait, Drill Stops was Rain, right? Hey Agent Monica, hey Tina Lee, hey Naomi, hey Amara, hey Saros, hey Elia, hey Brett, hey Procrastinault, hey Faust, hey Alice, hey Zero Sugar, hey Tessie, hey Crusher, hey Zam, hey Robert, hey Emily, and hey Make Some Time, and Rufus. Hope you're all doing very well. Glad to have you all. Now, I see that Taldemar let me open with a Black Mage tunnel. Just straight off the bat. Taldemar says, earlier today I was thinking of level 50 Black Mage content again. Which Swiftcast is ideal again? Instant F3 into transpose Swiftcast B3. I remember there was something about a hardcast B3 into Swiftcast. Yes, let's quickly go over that one. At level 50, the optimal stuff you know at level 100 doesn't apply because level 50 Black Mages heckin' jank Lamau. So like your ice mode is going to be Blizzard 3, Blizzard 1, maybe a Thunder, right? That's how it goes. However, Blizzard 3 does more damage than Blizzard 1. So, hypothetically, if you could just have Blizzard 3 be instant, it will do more damage than Blizzard 1. And you're gonna cast Blizzard 3 anyway. Like, you're gonna cast Blizzard 3 and then another ice spell. You have to. So, Swift cast. So you go Blizzard 3, the fast, warm, or hot Blizzard 3 gives you space to Swift cast. So you go Blizzard 3, Swift cast, Blizzard 3 again. Gain like 110 potency. Like that. Now, there are many ways. There are many ways that you can use, surprisingly many ways you can do this. I talked about this last week, I think. Like all the many ways you can like circle into it, like how you can drag a fire starter out of Umbral Ice, out of Astral Fire and whatnot. But Swift cast can be used in multiple ways. Like if you're in Umbral Ice, cast Blizzard 3, Blizzard 1, and then cast Thunder, and you're like, oh, Swift cast is ready. You can just transpose, or you can just, you know, on the Thunder, transpose Swift cast Fire 3, and it's still a gain whether it costs 4k or not. So, and yeah, it is, Emily, because the thing is, let me just do this. So, we have the setup, right? So I go Fire 3, Swiftcast Blizzard 3. Yeah. Hey, Faith, hope you're doing well. And hey, Beans and Kupamana, hope you're doing well as well. So, Firestarter Fire 3 Transpose Swiftcast Blizzard 3 is not the best option, because if I do this, so I'm max level, so, you know, Paradox right now. But now I have to cast another ice spell, which would be Blizzard 1. That kind of sucks. So you would actually rather cast a hot Blizzard 3, so you can then cast an ice cold Blizzard 3 that is swift casted. And it's actually easier to set up the Blizzard 3 swift cast Blizzard 3. So it's like double value. But it's very important to note, this only works up to level 57. Because Blizzard 4 is better than Blizzard 3, so you don't want to do that anymore once you have Blizzard 4. That's why level 50 Black Mage is so dank, is because the potencies are weird, so it leads to this mega jank. So, if you're in your Umbral Ice, and you want to you have a Swift cast, if you're already in Umbral Ice, you're already casting Blizzard 1, you don't have a weaving window there, but you're gonna reapply Thunder, you can Thunder, transpose Swiftcast Fire 3 for 4k mana, and it's worth it. It is a gain. It's not the best option, but it's good. Another option is, as you're exiting Fire, as I said, Blizzard 3, Swiftcast Blizzard 3. That is generally, in my opinion, and as far as I know numbers-wise, the best option. But a particular reason why it is the best option is because it naturally bridges so that you can do what I at higher levels have called the double dip. So, when you have triple cast, one of the best ways you can make use of that triple cast at like level 66, for instance, is that you finish your Astral Fire with Thunder so that you can go transpose triple cast Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, transpose Fire 3. So you get both the cold Blizzard 3 and the warm Fire 3 at the same time. And yes, again, like your 2k cost Fire 3, still worth it, still good, still nice, we want that. But you can't do it at level 50, except if you have a Fire Starter. If you have a Fire Starter, you can, let me just set that up. So if you have a Fire Starter, I have to actually set it up so I'm in Astral Fire 3, otherwise this doesn't work. If you have a Fire Starter, what you can do is you go Blizzard 3, which will, fast cast because Astral Fire 3. Swift cast Blizzard 3 again. Transpose into Fire 3, which will look something like this. And that is the ideal Umbral Ice state at level 50. The problem is that there's an RNG pit involved, and there's a cooldown involved that is not going to be available every time, and because the length of your Astral Fire states are going to be weird because of random Fire Starters, it's not going to be perfectly predictable. The ideal scenario, actually, Emily, like, if we're gonna talk, like, super sweaty Opti, is you don't cast Flare on single target. You just cast Fire 1 for the last MP you have, and then you just skillfully make sure that you proc Fire Starter anyways. That's the ideal scenario. Because getting a Fire 1 with a Fire Starter is better than casting Flare. However, if you already have a Fire Starter, you of course don't want that. And if you don't have any of the dank setup stuff that I talked about, like if you don't actually have any ability to turn that Fire Starter into extra value by, transposing back and all that, then Flare turns out to be a lot better. Like, it starts to gain value. Relatively speaking, the average result leans towards Flare if you can't do the dankness. Jose Fila and Violet and Jeff and Quenty, hope you're doing well. I thought Flare was generally better to finish Fire Phase at 50. It's a little complicated. Basically, Flare does 33% more damage than Fire 1 on single target, right? Fire 3 does just shy of 25% more damage than Flare. So if you cast Fire 1 and it gives you a Fire Starter, then that Fire 1, by virtue of giving you a Fire 3, is better. But because of the probability, I believe the average proc chance says that you should cast Flare as your last spell, right? That's the average case. The problem is that the average case assumes the average filler rotation, which means that you're not doing Blizzard 3 Swiftcast, Blizzard 3 Transpose, Fire Starter, and things like that. And if you can do that, then if you have a Fire Starter proc on your penultimate Fire 1 cast, you're not casting Fire 1 again because you want Flare to be used so you can make sure you can carry the Fire 3. But if you don't have a proc, it might actually be worth the greed. Just in case. Right? But it is really cursed. Like, in most situations, I'd say don't greed, but I greed sometimes. I'll say Necrofits and Vince. Hope you're doing well. And also, thank you for the... Why is that not in the chat? Did it go away? Thank you for the resub, Rust and Necrofits. Am I reading this right? Did you resub for a year? Rust? Just straight up? Thank you so much. Whether you did or not, thank you so much. And hey, Fern, you'll be doing well. Any Jet? Oh, Rust, I'm looking at the Twitch chat, and there it usually appears for me. Hey, Spam Town! It was a 6-month resub. Oh, okay. I mean, still huge. But yeah, exactly, Emily. It's specifically the logic is if you get a Firestarter proc and you have enough MP for a Fire 1 or a Flare, I would generally say then cast Flare. And then, you know, Blizzard 3 and then Blizzard 1 and then Thunder transpose Fire 3. Nice. Hopefully the Thunder hasn't, like, could use the reapplication. But if we're talking, like, actual optimal, the turbo greed is optimal, right? Hey, Lily. Hope you're doing well. Right, so I do have the wheel, and we'll have to spin it again. All 3 of them. Hey, look out, my G. Hope you're doing well. The wheel. I will free us from the wheel with... My god. Hey, Symmetricon. Time to spreadsheet out all possible Black Mage lines on Praetorium. Oh, the full duty is gonna be cursed. But let's just say that when I made my Is Black Mage Actually Hard video, I don't think I have all of the calculations anymore, but I had this huge spreadsheet of specific lines to do specifically for that, and it was really cursed because, like, you have to go, well, what if you're lucky? What if you're not lucky? Like, what's the difference? How much difference does it make? How does it loop? How much, like, if you cast a Fire 3 for 4k MP, that's wasting a lot of casts, and you're gonna, like, get back to the ice quickly. Does that actually make sense? Is it actually worth it? It's a lot of, like, and yet it wasn't nearly as brain melting as calculating the biggest hit a player could take. Hey, cat. Good Black Mage tangent, any percent run. You have to thank Taldemar for that one. Level 50 Black Mage Opti shenanigans is the only thing keeping me awake in Crystal Tower these days. Understandable. Very effective way to do something. It's like a little fidget spinner. Right. I will double check that I have everything in order. I was doing my Wondrous Tales earlier. I will queue when it says 05. The weird salute. What do you mean, a quarter circle, Katamaji? Oh boy. Oh, it's Buckman and Ilana. 2 legends. And Buckman says, what is a Buckman? A miserable little pile of metal. But enough talk. Have at you. I will queue when it says 29. John Guildhest himself. Oh boy. And Lana's here too. I do wonder what Bachman's objective is. It's also possible that they specifically come out of hiding to Bach me. To Bachman me. I don't know. Thank you, Zero. Epic rotation. Oink. Oink. Zoinks. All of the other mobs and the poison clouds and everything just like a weird joke to you. I'll queue when it says 02. To be fair, the poison cloud and that duty hurts. Like actually hurts. So I could understand the fear. But could definitely be sprout stuff. And the Magi says with Chalk rotating around the arena before dashing through. Oh yeah, that does make sense. I haven't quite figured out the pattern, but I'm reaching a point where like when I see him do the movement, I can kind of tell where I need to stand. The wrong season. Means does I just use an audio cue? Yes, when the shorts. That's when you know. He's gonna short. Exactly, Kim says, hope you're doing well. My god, it's a blue purse! Fantastic. Now somewhere to put my money. Tend to try and stick as close to him as possible and run with him rather than predicted. I mean, I move gradually, but I found that if I move too much, if I all in too hard, it can get too hard to dodge if I get it wrong. Well, what a start. Let's go to Paladin. We ran out of duties the moment we ran out of guild tests. Oh! Gendy says, I wonder how much gil it would take to buy one of every item in the game an NPC sells. Good question. There would definitely be a few items that would massively up the price because I think there are mounts that cost like millions of gil or something. I mean, No royal authority. My authority is not royal. Oh, to be clear, guys, the question was what it would cost to buy every item an NPC sells. There are mounts that are sold for large sums of gil from NPCs. They would drag up the price. Because that's an item from an NPC. Hey, Exodi! Hope you're doing well. And Echo Dance, hope you're doing well as well. I'm very new to the game, but I hope to learn from watching how you play. Thank you. I hope you do too. Oh, there's a ranged guy over here. Let me see. Hey, Dyson. Kems has mentioned the golden mounts, which are, I believe, are mounts that are like particularly, especially expensive, just because. They said somewhere that we needed gil sinks in the game. Any ideas? Yeah, we just put like a golden mount in the game. Make it really expensive? Sure. Why not? Okay, bye. Hey, Shalim! Hope you're doing well. I'm doing quite alright myself. Ow. I just got slashed. But how? I used the ultimate magic of becoming like a few feet taller. Surely that would have made the difference. There's loot on the side. There's loot on the side. I don't really mind, but there's loot on the side. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Gentlemen! I was certain that these guys had like an interruptible cast that was scary or something. Is that wrong? Oh, stun. Okay. I thought you could interrupt it. Usually it doesn't come up. With having now finished all the side content, I'm finally able to continue my MSQ. Oh boy! That's gonna be a long journey if you stop to do all of the optional stuff every time there is any. As long as you have fun. The White and the Black Knight. They actually have decently good abilities for blue mages. But they only really work in solo play, I think. Just the way they work. One of them gives a bind, I believe, and then like the other one gives a different debuff, and they spend each other to do more damage. So if like you have someone else that will break the bind before you can use it.
I will not yield to you.
Whee. Hey Seraph, hope you're doing well. Seraph says, I will have you know that I've done every single side quest in the game, and I do them one by one, not in bulk, and read every dialogue and watch every cutscene. I mean, have you done them as you were completing the MSQ? Or have you like gone back to do that? Say Stroimex.
I have the power.
Ow. Yeah, I will say if you want to enjoy all the stories, go for it. But it is definitely optional. It might be an advantage if you're doing everything, Shailib, to level multiple jobs. If you want, a lot of the side content doesn't give a lot of XP at max level, I suppose. Might be more relevant at higher levels where the optional quests are like more concentrated throughout the leveling experience, I guess. I treat yellow quests as part of the MSQ and do them once they pop up, because I feel like they improve my experience when reading the MSQ. Fair enough, and that makes sense. A lot of the time, the story timing of a random side quest sort of assumes that you are at that spot in the MSQ, I think. So they start to be a little weird and disconnected if you don't. At least all of the A Realm Reborn side quests don't require that. Hey Ardell, hope you're doing well. Did you have a good time? Minscott Halatali. With 3 classes. Oh, wow. This Vault Priest is really something to be said, that guy specifically really abuses their plot armor. That priest knows that he can't die before he has finished his cast, so he like fights with you for a bit and then goes, oh, I guess I'll die in a moment. I should probably sacrifice myself to summon these guys, ignoring the part where he can't die. Do you think we'll have trouble with James? YN? Heaven's Flame. Holy chain. The DPS are chained. Oh. Oh. Wow, fantastic. Well, there you go. If Pro didn't sacrifice him to summon ads, You'd be there for... Right? That's what I mean. He knows, and he just goes, you know what? I'm done. I'm good. I'll let you have it. Whatever. Nice. I accidentally got myself slowed, but healer saw. It's very orange here.
This should be a mercy.
This should be a mercy.
You disgusting.
Sorry. What did I do? Just insulting people like that, Chilibird? Why would you do that? That's not very nice.
Sickness must be purged.
Look, I'm a very healthy lizard. Just because I'm short.
Be done with you.
They should have included the horses in phase 1 of DSR. Oh, that would have been great.
Sickness must be purged.
Sickness must be purged. They very well might have, Stroymax. I haven't heard the Japanese version. Sickness must be purged. Yeah. Brett got scammed. Same dungeon, same slot and everything to have been in my group, but no, there was actually 2 vault runs. Well, let's see if we can find a duty for that monk once again. I'll queue when it says 32. Sickness must be purged. I'm a warbly distortion voice. 'Cause I'm big.
I have the power! Ah. I will free us from the wheel. Can I have my leftovers in a doggy bag?
My god, are we back in Guild Test land? Yep. Ay. 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 Yo. Oh boy. I love the ding from the invulnerable guy. Dong ding! Do we get the conga line? Hey, master! Hope we will. I always end my fast food orders with filthy rats. Oh boy. As I once got stuck here for 14 minutes because I couldn't convince my team to single target. Question, did you see the legendary supposed additional ad that they're supposed to summon? Did you meet that guy? I've heard of him spoken in hushed whispers. I'll queue when it says 29. You don't recall seeing anything extra? Man, scammed. Strymix says, what ultimates are there? Yukop, which is Bahamut. Ua, which is ultimate weapon. T, which is Alexander. DSR, which is Dragon Song's reprise. So that's like the Heaven Sword and Nidhogg and all that. And Top, which is Omega. And FRU, which is Futures Rewritten, which is Eden's Reen and Gaia. And then there's also Umad, which is Kefka. Did I miss any? Now there's a case for the Mythbusters. Burn up! The special Mythbusters episode. Is there anything deeper in these guild tests?
With Abyssal Dark and Hero's Blade, I bring my people liberation.
You missed Cape Westwind? It would have been great. Yeah, I remember on the Ultimate race cast, we had the question come in from a donation that was, if you could decide an ultimate or design an ultimate, what would you make? And I said Garlemald ultimate, which obviously would include Cape Westwind. I agree, Seraph. Absolutely agree. Well, let's hop over to Astrologian. Get a duty. Oh boy, more 4-man content. Woohoo! Hey, Dreaming of Shadow. Hope you're doing well. There's a slight addition to Ultimates, Pilgrim's Reverse, Quantum 40 is very much intended to be ultimate difficulty for 4 people instead of 8. Could be, but it's not defined as an ultimate, so it doesn't count. Some would suggest that Criterion Savage is near or ultimate difficulty as well. Don't count those either. Ekashanta! And Falsetto! Oops. The resistance weapon dungeon. You're not wrong. There is a specific step in the Shadowbringers Relic quest line where you need items that can be acquired from leveling roulettes, specifically with the daily, I believe, and level 60 high level dungeons specifically. has to be that. And incidentally, the fastest level 60 high level dungeon you can run, anti-tower. So people spammed this one quite a lot. Hey, Pandaxter! Beep. Why can I not use gravity on the ninja? It would be so convenient. Come on, game. You should have spammed ARF instead. I mean, if you need a bunch of poetics and also want to progress on that relic, then that's not the that's you could do a lot worse than that. I believe ARF gives like 100 poetics. I can't remember. Could you also get the items that came from high level? Uh-oh. Could you also get the items you could get from high level dungeons and leveling roulettes from random mobs in Boja? I feel like you could. Because if you could, that's how I got most of them. Spam ARF till you barf. ARF till you barf. Hey Granville, hope you're doing well. What an epic ability you have, Zororoko. Just frontal cone AoE for like 15 seconds straight. Wow. What a move, this guy. Nidorid and Zerillium. Hope you're doing well. Sure wonder who's gonna get turned into frogs. My god, it's not me! I'll help you.
It's not easy being right.
Indeed. Indeed, Zoro. It's not easy being raw. Doesn't this dungeon have spicy wall-to-wall after this boss? Nah. 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 Not really, no. Especially not if the tank doesn't want to. Wow. Oh boy. Hey Blitz! Hope you're doing well. Meow. 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 I was confused the two frog dungeons. Were you thinking of Matoya's Relict? You know, the good news is that it looks like the tank isn't really using any mitigation, so them not pulling super big is probably for the best. It's worse this or a wall-to-wall pulling warrior and Hawk Manor, not wearing any boots at all, asking for a friend who didn't just experience that. Ugh. Well, no shoes is probably manageable. The problem is more if they're not using their buttons. And they're probably not if they're not wearing shoes. Rock Dungeon done, Meg. I don't think that one has a super spicy pull right after the first boss. But, I mean, it's a lot more than this. Buttons are stored in the shoes. Yeah, exactly. The spicy pull in Don Meg is like near the end. I do agree with that. Oh. It's rock! Oh, whoa. Forgot they did that. Well, suit yourself, buddy. It's an uptime strat, trust. You know, considering how very much not in danger we are, there might be a point to that. Boink. Wow. Hey, Zeno. Hope you're doing well. At that point, the warrior only has what? In Hawk Manor, a warrior who is synced down would have Rampart, Reprisal, Arm's Length, and Thrill of Battle. Whereas a warrior legitimately at that level would be missing Arm's Length. And might not be a warrior. I believe Hawk Manor syncs you to like level 31. But you could, you know, legit be like level 28 or something like that. Hey, Kyler. Well, they really had a lot of mitigation thanks to not really needing it for the packs he's pulling. Oh boy. Good luck, Taldemar! Who's punching you? I feel like the ninja's just as confused as me. You see them to like try to move forward, but the tank isn't going. You know, Master, I feel like there's someone right on screen right now that could use that tip. Did anybody see that? Our tank took like 4 or 5 telegraphed attacks just straight in the face and didn't even flinch. Didn't even blink. Didn't even consider moving. Why bother moving, right? Look at that. Oof, it's only like 1,000 damage. So who cares, right? Here comes a limit break attack, technically. 2,000 damage. Why bother dodging, right? I'll take is a telegraph AoEs and trash pulls should give vuln stacks. I feel like that might actually help you. Because the problem that I have run into is like the main reason why I dodge basically everything in a duty is because the few times that I've gone, I can probably just take that. I very reliably managed to put myself in a really weird situation where, yeah, you can, technically, if you want to. Now you just have to contend with this really annoying debuff that could be paralysis or attack speed slow, or actually you're petrified for 5 seconds. Like, I've been scammed so many times by greeting that I'm just like, I'm just gonna assume that if the attack has some sort of mean debuff that I don't want to see. Yeah, it's not exactly the most amazing tank, but I feel like we're already at the level. I've mentioned this so many times before. If you run into someone who's like, well, no one has ever complained about my performance before, and you're like, well, you're doing something really wrong. Sometimes the reason why people didn't complain to you about your performance, if you're like terrible, I assume none of your people in chat are terrible because, I mean, you're part of the community. You couldn't possibly be bad. Then, and like level, I'd say, you know, 15 to like 50 or so, if no one says anything, it might be because they're like, you'll figure it out. It's early. You have plenty of time to grow. Then you hit like level 60 or 70 or 80, and at that point you quickly run into the very different situation that is, now you're too high level, there's too many things. If you didn't learn these things on your own, it's too late for you now, and they can't be bothered to try and teach you now. Knowledge is key, indeed. Caetsu says, once you hit Stormblood dungeons, I will stop being quiet and start justifying my battle mentor crown. That's fair. Meanwhile, I've ran into so many people that, like, at this point, I just go, well, it'll be really funny in the video. Just let it be. Whatever. Whatever. Hey Philippe, you see Len Mistle. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Oh, that sucks. That's so sad. Oh man. Black Mage with the LB and then just gets right back. I think the limit break got reflected, yes. They sent the LB on the brace and got it smacked right back in their own face. Because Magi says, look, I met a black mage in Doma Castle once that said, I'm using Fire 4. When I asked them, I can see what you're casting. Yeah, exactly. They're using Fire 1 in Doma Castle. Oh, of course. Fantastic. That reminds me a little bit of that Ifrit extreme we had somewhat recently, where one of the healers didn't quite seem to grasp that when you have Searing Winds, you go to the corner, there's a marker for you. Just stand there until the debuff is gone. Because every time people stopped looking at them, it was like there was like this magnetic field dragging them towards center. And when I called them out on it, they were like, no, I'm standing where I need to be. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, I literally just died to you shoving into me with the Searing Winds that couldn't possibly have hit me if you were where you were supposed to be. Absolute classic. We're getting the double pure healer on the healer front of things tonight. Exactly, and Sam was like, I was standing where I was told. Let's pull up the dot. It's like, literally, like, just as they're saying it. And, like, the second time it happens, like, I get hit, I stop what I'm doing, and immediately go, why are you standing right now? What are you doing right now? Because they were not standing in the corner. I was like, I'm looking at you. Hey, Wolfkin. Brett says, I've met a couple people who thought that Searing Winds only exploded once, which is often a reason people come back early. Yeah, I could see that, but I don't understand how they don't put 2 and 2 together when they then see it go poof a second time. So they data influx. Right, I'll be right back, and then we'll hopefully get not guild hests. Just keep going. Hey, Weird Cat. Hope you're doing well as well. Meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Mayhem. And by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, it does help a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. You know? Algorithms. Just making sure people have a chance with the ads and all that. You know, breaks. They must be there because reasons. Don't want people missing out. But are we still on Monk? We're still on Monk. Guys, do you think that the next duty we get will actually be not a guild test so that we can have a different DPS than Monk? No, well, you know, that's fair. That's fair. Ramu Extreme was put on the table, you know, that, yeah. Yep. I suppose that would be very average. Hey, Flims. Rathalos, Bachman, Turtle, Ramu. Is it time for Oops All Guild tests at last? Well, we've gotten other duties when I wasn't playing DPS. Now, I will queue when it says 28. Oh my! What do we have? A 4-man duty. Drum roll, please. And we have... Well, Ilana's here, so... Thank you for the gifted sub, Faust. Ow. Now, Yavanna. Obede we will. Ow. Time for the ad phase! Woohoo! Ad phase! Put your hands in the air for the ad phase! Tornado kick! At least we haven't had any deaths yet. I'll get it, Ilana. I'll get it! I got killed. And we have a hype train. Oh, nice. No, that's not what happened, Master. They didn't point Garula away from me, so Garula killed me, just shot me out of the sky, which caused Rathalos to go, oh, well, then you're not mounting me anymore. And then Garula left. Yeah. We specifically wiped because I got assassinated. Thank you for the cheer. Whoa. This is a bad start. That is the reason why, if you ever have seen footage of me or streams of me tanking this one, that I make a huge point of pointing Garula like way away from Rathalos, is because he can kill you out of the sky. You're actually on the ground. Like, as far as the game is concerned, you're on the ground while you're mounting Rathalos. Game doesn't care. Thank you for the gifted sub, Ross. Yeah.
A tornado kick. Bam!
Oh, man. That's what we call close. No, tank, you don't do that. You take the elephant, man, and move away. I don't think he understood what I said. Not in the slightest. Thank you for the additional gifted sub falls. Thank you so much. Ah! I don't know if it makes the most sense, but I think I'm gonna hold my dabblage until Rathy Boy comes down. Oh, he hates you. He really, really hates you. Wow. Ah, I think I just barely missed it. For the tornado kick. Mean. He's really annoying, just hanging out in this corner. Hey! The healer was good. The tank was weird. That's true, Master. It is better that Rathalos gets fully fixated on someone who knows how to dodge. Then I'm just chasing someone who absolutely does not know. Oh, well, now we can spin the wheel again. Doot. Summoner! Wow! Wow! I will queue when it says 03. And hey, Lady Azurite, hope you're doing well. Oh boy, 8-man. Here it comes. Give it to me straight, Doc. The rescue. Oh, just Fist of the Father. Okay. Nyum.
Knockback immunity and a barrier! Onward! I am unstoppable!
We're battling Faust's evil doppelganger. Faust. Faust, but evil. That's a nice emote. Time for self-destruct wipe. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest at this point. Just give it to me straight. Let's just have it. Come on. I can take it. I can handle it. I can handle the wipe.
Go, Kami! Go, Kami! Take this!
Doink. Well, the self-destruct is a hardened rage. Those typically ignore invulns and such.
Go, Kami! Boop.
Okay, well in that case, give it to me gay. Like, I can still handle it. Do. There he is. It's the prototype. That was pretty solid damage spread. Actually, very nice.
Spin the wheel!
Good evening, Rust. And hey, Polter Josh. Hope you do we will.
Samurai.
Hey, Zach boy. Instant is playing up a bit, but hello. Hopefully it solves itself a bit. I will queue when it says 51. Oh, another 8-man. Is it coming now?
Is this the time?
Are we gonna get memed by a guy that is like 90% beard? Where do we go from here? We go to...
Never had a choice. Never let the upswing calm them nerves. Got the whole world watching.
That's not bad!
The president must pay for his crimes. Give him what for, champion. His arm has a life of its own. Is this the power of the mythical Lindward? His arm is slithering out. Oh, that's disgusting.
Yes, this is the guild test music that I've specifically chosen because it's so funny to have such an over-the-top song for something like guild test. Hey, Jodex! Hope you're doing well.
Watch out! That is one cruel coil. Another attack evaded with a bomb. felt that. Can't afford to be careless now.
Oh, big number.
His arms are snaking round the ring. What's he planning?
What's he planning? He do be planning blasts on the right side of the arena, madam. Warg!
Oh no! The gore has latched onto the champion! Don't panic!
Ow!
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Don't interrupt my cast! How could you do that? It's not very nice. I only have a lot of them. Grotesquity! Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, sure. Oops, I did the wrong combo. I was so caught up in the fact that I got the best knockback direction that I goofed up my rotation completely. Womp. Arm's length would only would protect your cast if the thing that is interrupting you is the fact that you were moved, which is usually the thing that interrupts you as a caster as well. We're almost there!
The battle is decided! Victory goes to the champion!
Helen says, I learned not that long ago that Surecast can be used if you have Paralyze, so it doesn't interrupt your cast. What? Does that work? I'm pretty sure Paralyze like stuns you for a brief moment. I'm guessing that that wouldn't help. Huh?
What outrageous regenerative power! Is there no limit to its regenerative capacity?
Enjoy D&D data and blocks. Very nice. The music dropped. There's a chance, guys. I was like, wait, 2 items out of 1 chest? That can only mean one thing. They might strive. Albeit we will. $2 million? I'm gonna use it. I don't have it myself. There's intuitive spells can be cast without interruption. That's correct, Kylan. When you get smacked for like really high damage, unless it's like a raid wide that is meant to do damage, that can interrupt you. That's what it means. But if you're stunned for 1 second, that shouldn't allow you to continue casting, because that's not interruption, that's being stunned. But if you have seen it work, I guess I'll take your word for it until I've tested it myself. You missed one roll? I did not. You know, that's an interesting way to put it, Necrofits. Installers view, it doesn't matter too much what you got. Their goal is to remove as many people as possible to increase their chances since they can't know you're telling the truth. That is true, but when you have 6 people that have not moved an inch for 4 minutes, at some point you gotta just cut your losses and not be a douche. We can also see in the chat who it was that didn't roll, because they'll be the last person to roll. There is the possibility that they're straight up AFK, in which case we'll see that they passed. But yeah, after, like, you've seen people leave, when there's this much time left and you start seeing people say, roll for loot, please, either you're legitimately AFK or you're wasting your own time in addition to everyone else's, because the remaining people are just as shrewd as you are and will wait you out and will note that you're a douchebag when they see that it was you. Granville says, I had someone that do that recently in Windows. They told everyone they rolled a 99 on some loot. Cue me staring at the 99 on my screen, right? I think the bot was straight up AFK. But he got the music! Can more people roll the same? No. The highest number is 99 and 2 players cannot roll the same number. Plot twist, he wasn't AFK, just... Yeah, after 1 minute, he was like, I should act like I'm AFK, because these people are onto me. Nashak! And here was me paying 2 mil for it. Hey, you win some, you lose some. I paid 3 million for the cackle. Nay, Yellow Bersy. And Alzira. Alzira. But yeah, if you roll a 99, if you need it on the item, no one can beat you. All you have to do is wait out the timer and you will get it. And admittedly, there are ways where waiting out the loot a little bit makes sense, but not like this. Can you not roll 100? No, you cannot. There is no 100 roll. That's wow. One thing you can do when it comes to, for instance, loot in normal raids, is that when there is a weekly lockout on it, you can only win 1 item per week, right? So a trick you can use is, if you know, I want a chest piece token. I don't want anything else. I just want a chest piece token. A trick you can use is pass on everything else. Because there are players in your party, for instance, like me, who will just pass on everything, or greed on everything, and just be like, well, I'll take something. I don't care. And those players will take the chest piece off your hands, potentially, just needing on everything or whatever. And they won't know that they robbed you of the only item you wanted. They knew you wanted that item, they'd just let you have it. But there are other players that might also want the chest piece, but might not realize that this is a trick they can do. So they'll just be like, well, I'll need on the chest piece. And then like wait a little bit, and then need on something else, and then wait a little bit, and then need on something else, and suddenly they got an item, boom, now they're no longer in the runnings. And if you can get everyone who wants that chest piece to basically block themselves out of winning it, then you just auto-win it. Pretty smart. But that's not waiting 5 minutes. That usually makes things take 1 minute. It's just when there's 6 people all standing there. I'm willing to suggest that the bard was just AFK. It can happen. But just saying, it doesn't work when the 6... Like, when people start emoting at each other and sitting down, you know that you've already gotten as much value out of that trick as you can. I'm glad to hear that, Alziro. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you. Right. Well, nailed a pretty good run of Samurai, and we even got the epic time with the music limit break. That was an accident, by the way. I just sent it when it was possible, and then I see like 2 or 3 comments being like, wow, that limit break to the music was... I'll have to watch it back. I will queue when it says 33. The way looting works, Echo Dance, is that when an item drops, you know, you can need, greed, or pass on it. If you need on it, then that trumps over any greed roll. And if you pass, you don't get anything. But once you have chosen your role, you get a number between 1 and 99, and each player has a unique number. So the highest number wins, and 2 players cannot have the same number. It could be suggested that the game has already determined what number you'll get before you roll, because it makes no difference whether it has or not. Doesn't matter. But that's how it works. If there is a weekly lockout, there isn't on most content, but if there is one, you might only be allowed to win 1 item. That's the case when there's a new normal raid tier and it's actually new. Then you can only win 1 token per boss per week. So you might want to be smart about what items you get. But in leveling content, there's not really lockouts. You just roll as you please. Oh boy, another 8-man duty. What happened? And it's... Ruby Weapon Normal, and Shaq is here. Hey, Wahijo! Big fat tacos, oh big fat tacos, oh big fat tacos, oh big... Hey, Hext! Meanwhile, Ilana and Fern landed on Titan Extreme. Big diff. Hey, Amished. Hope you're doing well as well. Is Rain here too? And Naomi? Or did you? Oh, you got Rain over on Titan. I don't mind Titan Extreme, but it is funny when we have these situations where it's like, I get something pretty normal, and then like, the people that try to queue into me, they get the Extreme. It's extra funny when it's, I get like, a guild test, meanwhile they get an Extreme. I'm like, wow. Cool, guys. I'm happy for you. Oh. Laser! Bam! Boink. Boink. Oh. Always when I see the 2 stack markers on the healers, the first thing I'm thinking is they better not cross the streams. The first thing I think of every time. Oh, this is an awkward time for a 2-minute burst to come up. There's no point. Yeah. Okay, bye. Fun fact, that optimized ultimate goes to caster at the end is technically a DPS check. If it goes through, you die. This is the final Pokemon evolution of Ruby Kirby, right? That's the mage how final evolutions always stand up on 2 legs. Have you seen Proto Kirby, Amara? Is a checkpoint in normal too, right? Yes. Master says to the person on Twitch talking about blues not having Angel Whisper. I have Angel Whisper. Yeah, it is a classic. People like kid out their blue mage and they're like, did I forget something? I feel like I forgot something. Nah, it's probably nothing. Smash cut to the actual duty and no one can rest. You know, someone said something about breakfast earlier. It seems like 14 has decided to screw you in particular. Breakfast will be big fat tacos. Uh-oh. 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 Ow. 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 Whoa. Whew. Nailed it. I didn't realize I was tanking. Oh boy. Well, good thing I just went all in. Survive thanks to damage. That's all you need. Dablage. Have you gotten Cinder Drift Extreme? Never in Mental Roulette. Hey, Butterfly Spirit! Biblical levels of greed, but in this instance it saved you. I mean, I'm just saying, in hindsight, if I had not been there to do this, then there was no tank either, so I guess worth it? Ugh. I mean, you just had to test it, huh? Hey. Hey, Walter. Hope you're doing well. And Lollipop. Ever gotten any extreme from Stormblood aside from Rathalos? One time I got Susano and beat him first try. Well, not even fully understanding the mechanics. Butterfly says, I feel like some of the older story mode raids are too easy and they take away from the epicness of the story. That's my first impression of doing Ifrit normal. Well, to be fair, Ifrit normal is supposed to be like baby's first primal. And there are people that would find that one a little scary. But I get what you mean. I'll cue when it says O2. Hey, Silva! Ifrit also isn't a raid. I mean, that's also why I said baby's first primal. If you want to do lore accurate Ifrit, normal, you have to solo him. Huh. Instant replacement. Where are we going? Extreme? Okay, well that would have been my second guess, sure. Does first coil of Bahamut count? I guess. Did you do it synced? But I don't think we're having a conversation about what counted or not. I'll say Harry. I was more saying that it made sense for Ifrit normal to be kind of easy if you're like decently versed in gaming, because it's made to be scary for someone who maybe had like for someone for whom Final Fantasy XIV might be their first game. Hey, Bolin! It's pretty nice scythe, this relic. Big! I'm like 50% weapon over here. Mom said it's your turn on the Praetorium. Dang it. Well, guess someone's got to do it. Granville says, I'm one of those that queue into Praetorium on purpose. I assume you queue into MSQ Roulette. Because Praetorium directly is not very good. So yeah, thank you for the gifted membership, Harry. Thank you. May Krishnak and Wiser. Firefly says, Final Fantasy was my first game of this type. Oh, no, you don't understand. I said your first game. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I have ran into people for which Final Fantasy XIV is their first game. Basically, this kind of difficulty content where it's like pretty easily steamrolled at low levels. To be fair, Ifrit Normal was harder once upon a time. But either which way, it doesn't change the fact that the players that are better will, you know, quickly progress further on. Quickly. But the players that are like, I've never played, I don't ever play, what are these newfangled video games? Yeah, Wiser, genuinely. I know it sounds ridiculous. Well, I've never really been like someone who does this gaming thing, but my son says this game is very enjoyable, so I will try to try and understand what all this is about. Oh, what's this guy? Ifrit. Well, I'll try my best. Exactly, watch Dad of Light. May Quantum Senpai, who's the best Scion? That's a good question. Grahatia, he can play all the roles. Pamalimo. My son says this game gets good after 150 hours, and now that I'm retired, I have that kind of time. Yeah, exactly, Wolfgang. My son told me the critically acclaimed MMO had a free trial. Tatsauda is also pretty good. I mean, as the thing is that the main cast of the Science should all be pretty decent, otherwise that would kind of suck, right? Butterfly says, ironically, I think I discovered your channel after doing your free normal, and I watched your outdated Paladin guide. Well, that's unfortunate. There's a very real possibility that I maybe had a newer one. Because when they reworked Paladin, I actually released a new version of my guide, like, days after. I was on it right at the get-go. But the problem is that, like, it's really difficult to tell the YouTube algorithm which guide it should recommend. So this one has more weird views. Yeah, but this one is supposed to replace it. Dingus? Hey, Ridleyan! Hope you're doing well. Can't you delist the older ones or something? Well, here's the thing, Crab Galaxy. If YouTube recommends my guide and it only has space for one, it might recommend my guide because it beat the other guides in contention because it had more views. And it is better for me if they find my outdated guide than if they don't find my guide at all. And I also leave the old ones up as for history reasons. Some people might actually be interested in seeing how it used to be. So overall, I see it as better to leave them up than not leave them than take them down. So I don't. I'm not even sure what my first video game was, because when my parents got a PS1, they got a handful of games for it. Like a few games and a demo disc. But how can someone make a 3-hour video about has the Chinese age lost media in 10 years? Well, they won't have to. I'll be right here. Your PlayStation 1. Seal says, I literally discovered this game because YouTube randomly recommended the Mikai video when I played Guild Wars 2. Oh, nice! Younger than I expected. I'm 31. How old did you think I was? When did the PS1 release? Late 90s. Yeah. I was like 5. That's okay, Shiro Sugar. I probably look like I'm 25 when I'm clean shaved. Maybe I look like I'm 20, actually. 1994, but I think got to Europe later. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, the PS2 hadn't come out, as far as I know. So we might have just been late to that party. Sugar says, you look like my age with the beard. Really? Well, and he's single, guys. PlayStation 1, 1995. PlayStation 2, 2000. Right. Take that back, you look like 40. Dang it. Well, I do say that I'm a comedian, so. Errol saying he looks like 40. 1,000 subscribers if you press subscribe now. A different kind of 40. With the steel chair. More yapping, guys. Thank you, Tokanova. Is Kai Unk? I mean, technically. I have a nephew. Kai dead? No. Well, I mean, not literally. Sugar says, I'm stupid and old. What's Unk? I believe it stands for uncle, but I believe it means something about being old. Hey, Boomermet. Boomermet says, we are all the children of Kai. Sure. Sure. You can be that. Kai, my favorite religion. And to cult, well, I do call it the cult of the pink, you know. How did we get here? That's a fantastic question. Praetorium has a tendency to lead us back down weird paths. By the way, guys, remember, if you're enjoying the stream, it does help a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. It's genuinely, you know, algorithms, it looks for that stuff, so it's very much appreciated. Now that we are in this insanity anyway. Still more sane than the Yoi questions about Kefka in the race. Yeah, none was spared. None was spared. The calamity that was the Yoi questions about Kefka in the race. was that? Well, I mean, Zero Sugar, basically, nearly every cast, every set of casters in the Ultimate race were either asked or asked whether they would date Kefka. And it did not matter what gender the person was. Either they asked or they were the person asking. And I said I'm a comedian, so when I was asked, I of course said, well, I came up with something. You don't just say no. That's not very interesting. Then suddenly it's your problem to come up with something funny to talk about. I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm not gonna be that guy. It's funny. And have you seen Kefka? The name of the ship is Kefka. Yeah, exactly. You see, it says, I think it was the second day. Kai didn't even go to say hello. Didn't even get to say hello before one of the other commentators asked if he'd kiss Kefka. Oh yeah, exactly, precisely. Wait, what was your answer? I think I said, yeah, sure. Like, have you seen the edits where people took off his makeup? My God, who would have thunk that Nero would just up and disappear? It's okay, Crusher. There was also a lot of nothing. Like, let's just say the reason. I'm pretty sure the reason why I came into a stream, presumably that might have been when I replaced Kaffa. So it was something like a weird sidetrack about the back rooms. And then when we finally finished that, before I could introduce myself, someone came in like... Oh, one of the other casters came in like, would you kiss Kefka? But the probability that that's what happened is because nothing was happening in the race! Because that's a large part of it. Like, that is the reason why, like, I saw a bunch of people be like, why is it that so much time of the race was spent with the casters just talking about random stuff? And part of the reason for that is because, well, bad news. This is what's been going on for the past 4 hours. We're out of ideas. Hey, Stoof. Stoof says, I would go to bed, wake up, and none of the teams would have made progress. Yeah, exactly.
Keep your eyes peeled. Guys could be waiting for you down there.
And yeah, it was straight up just phase 3 prog for way too long. I'll say, Hawk, you'll be doing well. Sergeant, no moment to spare. Let me ramble on for 2 minutes. It's actually pretty fun. As long as the chat is also having fun with it, then it's very fun to cast even when nothing's happening. Also, thank you for the Giga emote, Ilana. Thank you.
Do you believe
The
in
big
Eorzea?
yap. Project says, I'm often not smart enough to understand what you're saying in your regular streams. Oh.
City-states are built on deceit.
Oh,
And
man.
its faith is an instrument of deception.
But you're still here. That's a positive.
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind.
Fast with the well chat. Would you kiss Kefka?
Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer. So long as
My
you
best
have
guess, Seraph, is that Gaius was just hanging on to like a rope or something, just above, like, there they are!
gods are no
Just to be dramatic, because of course.
icons, everyone, except but this, and you will see how
Marta says
Eorzea
Kefka would have to take me out for dinner
is
first.
and dry.
Yeah, fair, fair.
Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your
What else is the point of being an anime villain if not to be dramatic for the sake of it? Exactly, Echo.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong.
And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. This week, your fate is
Knowing
Urgers.
this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man
Death.
of power can rightly steer
Death.
the course of civilization.
Death.
And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
creeping mendacity. That was what tomestones were in your inventory at one point. Just mendacity creeping in.
Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
That one truth is facts on God. No cap. Spin! Spin! Wink. Spin! Spin! Spin!
Know your place.
Where's my place? Do a barrel roll. Boing. Dodge that! And then again, hey!
Come. We shall soon and finish what you have started.
Know your place! I don't have any positionals, man. Does it matter? Know your place. Limit break. What right? Yeah! What do you mean, Ardell? Oh, yeah. For some reason, Twitch got a little concerned about how Bobamet opened that message, but we just let it through anyway. We read it. We know what Bobamet meant. It's okay, Erdo. I saw it. I was just pressing 1, 2, 3 anyway. Granville says, I hope Evolve Mode does away with positionals as a whole, TBH. I'm not a fan of them, really. Bad news, they have revealed that Dragoon will have not 1, not 2, but 3 distinctly different positionals in Evercold. They will have a left, right, and back positional. Because is always trying to become smarter by watching you. Oh, thank you. As I admire how, despite being a mathematician, you can work with numbers greater than 2. Well, to be fair, as you get better at math, you suddenly stop understanding how numbers work, and then it's just all variables. I see dead man. Right. Let's see. Spin the wheel. We get Pictomancer. Pictomancer. Well, I guess look forward to Guild Test again in a bit. In the meantime, I'll be right back. Time. Sanity restored. You balance. Welcome to the balance. Welcome. I've returned. Hey, veteran. Let's see. Right. Pictomancer. I will queue when it says 52. Seraph got Bachman. The Bachman continues. He bucks around. Walk around. Walk around. He just says he will break the guild test roulette. How will he break it? Buckmanning will continue until morale improves. Jack says, I've got an 8-man threatening me with a bad time. Oh. Well, I guess we'll see what you got. Shiva Extreme. Oh, that's not too bad. You've got this. An A offbeat? Hope you're doing well. They should change the guild heads to be a bit harder. I mean, they should probably just update the guild heads altogether. Harry got Leviathan Extreme and she one-shot it? Nice. Offbeat is for... No, what? I do not believe 1 is a prime for for Math Robot, but 2 is a prime for him. Hey, Reaper Seeker. Hope you're doing well. A massive oversized hoodie. It's a really huge hoodie. Primes are divisible by themselves and 1 and 2 fulfills that. That is correct. But primes are... Indeed, but more precisely, primes are divisible by 2 different numbers, including 1. How common are extremes over level 16 men's roulettes, by the way? Not. They're not common. As in, I've gotten a grand total of 1. Out of... about 1,650. Gotten 1. Enjoy work, Harry! Imagine if Math Robot didn't reduce your HP to a single-digit number. Apparently, I've been told that if you're dead when he distributes the debuff, so you don't actually get the debuff, so you just have normal health amounts, then he will not check whether you did it correctly. So even like there was a whole question of, does he actually check if your health is a prime, or does he just check a list? And we may never know, because he doesn't check if you move outside of where his potential list would be. Oh man! Or a male with a what? Oh. Oh boy. Oh yeah! This is really awkward. How do we stack this many ranged boys? They've decided. No, actually. So for Math Robot in Ridorana Lighthouse, the way that the fight works is that he will cast a mechanic. You'll cast a mechanic that sets your HP to like a number between 1 and 9, I think it is. And then he will say something like, set your vitals to be divisible by 3, or something like that. Which means that you need to make sure your HP is, 3, 6, 9, 12 or something. Which you do by the 4 platforms in front of you, because you can add 1, 2, 3, or 4 to your maximum HP by standing in the corresponding platform. And since your HP is between 1 and 9, either your health is in the correct range by default, and you don't have to do anything, or you have to add a number to make it work. He could also make it a divisible by 4 or a divisible by 5. And the second time he does the mechanic, I believe he will always ask for primes. Like the second time he does the mechanic, because he does the tests in pairs, but specifically the second time the mechanic comes up as a whole, he will ask you to set your health to primes, which is 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Which again, close enough that you can make it work with +1 to 4. I mean, I've already given up on the Thaumaturge when I saw Thaumaturge in Aurum Vale. The one thing I said was look into class and job quests, and now I'm just gonna act like they're not here. Like that's what I mean. When it's that bad, there's nothing I can do for you. You have to have done some homework before I can help you. Now, the trick, Crab Galaxy, is you understand why something is. When you understand why it is, you don't have to memorize it, because if you understand the concept of it, you can basically reinvent the wheel right here, right now, without anything else. Like, for instance, understanding what a prime is means that you can very easily come up with the first few primes just off memory. Or off deduction would actually be the correct word, I think. It requires the teacher to have taught us rather than telling us to memorize a list. Well, the key here is you can learn it today. You can just learn it today. That's also why a lot of my job guides include like sections where like explain. Like for instance, if I'm explaining what the target count is for like AoE attacks to be worth it, it isn't uncommon that I'll have like the number that like how I came to that conclusion, because that gives you a chance to see the inside of how do you come up with such a number? How do you calculate that? Even if it's something simple. I'll say, if you have a conjurer in a duty like Holminster Switch, you're in pretty good standing to kick them. They're pretty easy to defend yourself on that one if a GM should come approach about it. Why did you kick them? Look, man, it was a conjure on a level 70 duty. I have also not seen one that late. I think the craziest I've seen was an archer in Stone Vigil Hard. What do we see an archer in Mistwake? Again, if you feel like it makes sense to kick them, I don't think that anyone would say no to that, not even a GM. Like, there's nothing they can do. Oh, actually, I do remember. I do remember one time I had a rogue in Vanaspati. The weirdest part is that, like, we pointed it out, like, why are you a rogue? And they basically responded with something to the effect of, oh yeah, I guess I am. And that was that? Like, huh? What was really weird is that, like, they played to the extent that you would think that they actually knew what they were doing, but for some reason they were a rogue. They used the thing that made it not make sense is that they were using things like Bloodbath as if it was a damage cooldown. Crab Galaxy says, I had a lance on Temple of Khan, and at the end I asked if they had done their job quest. When they realized they didn't have that stone equipped, they were mad at them. You know, the funniest part there is that they might have sat there like, why are my hotbars so weird? Where are my buttons? And then, like, you're like, did you forget your job stone? To be fair, Bloodbath sounds like a damage cooldown. It does. It does. Oh yeah, the healer in my party actually tried to give some, like, to mention some things to the Thaumaturge, but they ultimately said, I thought I couldn't be surprised by anything in 14. Surprise! At least the healer seems to know what they're doing, and the Reaper's alright. Might be a bigger problem if we had both a Thaumaturge like that, and the rest of the party also sucked. CG! In 10 days. Stove says, I've had people do it on purpose. I have heard stories of people to do doing like challenges and such. But what's really counterproductive, I would say, about doing like a class-only challenge is that that's not a challenge for you. That's a challenge for the rest of your party. If everyone is in on it, then yes. But if you're just doing like a challenge of playing through the game and you're all alone, but you're just playing it normally, except no job stones, then it's not a challenge for you, it's a challenge for everyone else. Well, our healer here was a trooper. They also tried to get the Thaumaturge's attention, but they didn't say a word. Like, aside from saying hi in the chat at the start of the duty, the Thaumaturge didn't say anything. Naomi with it, but with how many people complain about how easy the game is, they should be thanking you for making it harder for them. Yeah, I feel like that kind of challenge is maybe not the right way. Well, let's see if we can get the Pixar Man to roll again. I'll queue when it says 46. We're using Fire 3, Blizzard 2, Fire 2, and Sleep. I did see him cast Fire 3, but I specifically saw him cast Fire 3 with less than 2k MP. With the long cast because cold. Oh boy, second Rathalos. We've had first Rathalos. That's the same Gunbreaker from earlier that wasn't super great. On the bright side, we have 3 mentors this time, so it might be okay. Ah! When Rathalos just casually walks up to you like that. Shoo! Oh, come on, Gunbreaker man! This is not your first or second run, surely. You're really getting memed as if it is, though. Hey, Mezonite! Oh, I thought it was going for me. Oh boy. Bruh. Stop singing for me! Leave me alone, sheep! Sheeple! Ah! Tank stance? Doesn't matter. Rathalos does not have aggro. Calm down, buddy. Now it's a problem he doesn't have tank stance. Uh-oh. I should be coming closer. If you concede a sacrifice and someone just can't pass the quick time event, does that mean the duty is unbeatable? Yes. Technically, yes. It must be completed. By everyone. There's no way to avoid it. Except, I mean, one way you could avoid it is hypothetically, someone could land in the duty after the checkpoint. That could be a way you could, like, let someone sneak past it. But otherwise, no, there's no way to get past it. You have to get it right. Oh, God. Leading the shot over there. Again? Oh, boy. The trick is, just to be clear, guys, the button mash check on Seed of Sacrifice is deceptive. It's not as hard as it looks. And it's not me going, well, it's actually not that hard if you just know how to do it. I mean it as in, the closer to dying you are, the more each button press is worth. And if you're like mashing like a maniac, it can only accept one click per frame. That's why. Like, I don't know if you can hear it, but when I'm doing the QuickTime event on Rathalos, I'm doing this. Because if I'm like, then most of the presses don't go through. Or you could get an outer clicker. That's also an option, yeah. But like it's not that bad. It's more like if you've completely misunderstood the thing, then you might not be able to do it. But it isn't that hard. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Ilana. As far just to be clear, CG, when you say it now gets easier if you're 20% before failing, it gets easier. I know that this was also the case in Shadowbringers. At some point, it might have been fixed really early, but it has basically always been like that. It's just that people didn't exactly realize. As far as I know, anyway. But that's precisely the reason why they do something like that. They want it to look scary. It's like how like games will like make your HP look like you're closer to death than you are to make it feel like it's scarier. It could be that could be the case, CG, but as far as I know, it's a lot longer ago than than maybe we think. I'll queue when it says 38. I had, back in Shadowbringers, I had a friend who legitimately had trouble doing it, and he was on a controller. I never found out what the problem was, but he had problems doing it, so we wiped twice to that. And he, like, it wasn't like he had a disability or anything. I think it was that he had completely misunderstood how it worked. I was like, hello, sir. And Volvian. Ah, the classic Volvian, when you press enter as one of your buttons. You can full wipe to the breath phase transition attack is still clear because for some reason you can respawn your character. Oh, I think you misunderstood something there, Schneider, or you only did it solo. The way that the Rathalos Extreme Duty works is that you can respawn as you please, but it's a Monster Hunter fight. So if 3 faints happen, you lose automatically. So I'm surprised that it wouldn't reset you because everyone is dead. But I guess Rathalos would need to return to the arena to check that. So if you're 1 or 2 players, you could survive. So that is interesting. But I just the thing that I wanted to clarify is that you can't quite full wipe, because if you're 3 or more players, you will die. I'll say Antigon. Hope you're doing well. Axon says, where do you make friends in Final Fantasy XIV? Where do you make friends in any game? You could join Discord communities. You could talk with people in content. You could hang out in cities. You might find cool people. You could start here. Sure Sugar says, what are friends? I see Shaq landed in on Leviathan Extreme. But at least know one face from a previous Extreme. Tank Q, or no DPS Q pops anymore. Which healer did we have in stock? White Mage. Get it. Never let the ops win. Oh, an 8-man duty. Fantastic. You can get any Extreme and Mental Roulette or only Shadowbringers and before. You can get anything except the current expansion. Now, people just generally don't queue for anything past, like, around the Dawn typically. But they do queue for Around the Dawn Extremes. Yeah, it's a lot of first-timers. Oh boy. Will they get separated at all? Yeah. Run with that one to the bank. Co-heal that said, I don't think there's that much of a difference. It's why when you're the returning player, you might have to trust the other player that is actually not a returner icon. Have you found a place for Cure 1 in AI Extremes? Yeah. If you're really low on MP, it's better than nothing. Sometimes you need to top someone up, but they don't actually need that much healing, and then you can save some MP by doing that. And finally, I believe there are some Coils of Bahamut duties that if you do them synced, you actually are so pressed for MP that using the basic heal to like conserve resources is better. Very nice. You tried your best. Seems like it wasn't enough. They don't move away. Ilana, he's French. Like, literally. He has French toggled. I can't tell him. You have to do it. And now they're actively using Garuda to hurt the rocks. Hey, Zenvios. Hope you're doing well. There is a chance. That is the stupidest brute force we've ever done. Just kill Shirada quickly enough that it isn't a problem. Now we have to beat the DPS check of killing Garuda before she, like, so... We have one safety net when she does the aerial blast with rocks on the field. We can live it. But if she gets to do it again... I mean, we need the barrier healer to really mid us up and barrier us up. And I don't know if I trust him to do that. And then on top of that, we might need a tank LB. But I do not trust these tanks to do that. The alternative is like doing fancy juggling with the spiny plume, but yeah, that's not happening. Let's just say that any party that would need this kind of help, Butterfly, any party that would need the spiny plume to make it, does not have the skill to juggle it to begin with. So it, like, not minimum item level, no echo, it kinda, like, circles in on itself. Just to be clear, there's not, my problem, it wasn't a problem that player was French. The problem is that they were pulling without letting us talk at all or listening to chat in the slightest. The reason why I mentioned that they were French is because Ilana is French. So Ilana can speak with them. I don't care where they're from. I care that they didn't wait a single second to talk tactics while clearly not understanding a word, like understanding a thing about how the fight works. Like, they could have been, I don't know, from Mars. They weren't reading chat. You could try using the auto-translate function for wait, please. Ilana literally wrote addressing the tank in particular in French. And they didn't react. So exactly. Not sure they were reading. Whatever the case, it seems like people were aware that we were trying to help because I ended up getting 5 commendations. Is Martian a preferred language option? That would be really funny. Well, the thing is, CG, let's just say that that's how it feels. But based on the amount of times I've ran into players that don't seem to know what they're doing and are not French, tells me that basically every time people try to make these kinds of generalizations, they think they have a more clear set of data than they actually do. What's very likely is that every time you've seen a bad player that weren't French, it was less likely you would have memorized it. Could also be that they were a mentor, or that they had a legend title, or something else. But it's very common that people would be like, all insert specific label you can put on person are bad, because I only see bad players there. But all I'm saying is that I see plenty of good French players. It's just that it's really easy to go, oh, they're French. Rainrope says, I think the French bad thing is a meme like the Mentor bad thing. I have bad news for you, Rainrope. There are a lot of people that think the Mentor bad thing is real. Basically, if you have a little community of your own, a little bit of an example here, where you all act like idiots because it's funny, if you do it for long enough, you'll start to attract actual idiots that think that they are among friends. There will be people coming into the conversation about French meme, the mentors and whatnot, that think that it's serious. And they will come in with their data like, oh yeah, guys, I actually have evidence that it's true. That's why we don't meme about it. That's why we take it very seriously and go, no, it's not. That's not how it works. Because we have enough evidence that people cannot control this kind of stuff, and then they exaggerate it. As the Metricon says, there's a lot of memes in 14 that people believe are actually true. Yes, exactly. I will queue when it says 26. And the funny thing there, Fern, is that I've not actually ran into anyone in years where the French player asked me to speak French. It says, can you speak French though, like at all? Me? Like, whether I can speak French? It's still... Omelette du fromage. Not really. Which is also the reason why I land in a duty, see that the person that we need to get a hold of is French. And I see Ilana's in the party. Ilana, fetch! Attack! Because I know Ilana speaks French. I don't really speak it. I can't really speak French. I can supposedly pronounce French words in a very convincing way if I have an idea of how it's supposed to be pronounced. But I can't speak it. Butterfly Spinout says the JP server actually hates EN speakers for some reason. That's also an exaggeration, but what actually happened there is a little bit comparable to the problem that was just mentioned about how French players might queue in with, like, English enabled. What happens on the JP servers is that they might be doing Savage, right? They're doing a party finder group. They need to be able to communicate. They post a Japanese group and set the language to Japanese. English player from a region, like from a country wherein like they basically have to play on JP servers to have a decent connection. So there they are. OZE players used to do that a lot, I believe. So what they see is a party finder where every single group is Japanese. At some point, they might go, oh, well, if if I want to Savage Raid, I have to... If I want to Savage Raid, I have to join one of these groups. And if I just know the strategy... By the way, Nyan, what is that supposed to mean? If I know the strategy, then maybe it won't be a problem. So if I just act like I can speak Japanese, then maybe it never comes up. They join a group. Problems happen. Turns out they needed to be able to communicate. That's when the Japanese players find out that this player does not understand. They've now wasted 20 or 30 minutes trying to prog, and this person doesn't understand a word. Now they have to basically start over. Thanks for that. And they specifically said Japanese players. Japanese-speaking players only. And the English player came in anyway. What do you do then? Imagine if you post up in Party Finder to prog, I don't know, M9S for the first time, and you said English, and then like half your party is people that don't speak English. It doesn't matter whether they're French, German, Portuguese, or Japanese. It doesn't matter. The problem is, what do you do now? And when you see it enough times, you get pretty angry at the people that keep doing it. Oh, I just barely made it! Hey! There's no needing to assume anything there, Butterfly Spinner. I just explained to you the story. I just told you what it is. You don't have to assume anything. What I told you is what I've been told from people on the JP servers. You don't have to assume anything. I just gave you the explanation. So if you keep assuming, then why are we talking here? Then you're basically just like musing into an open room. Why wouldn't he just plant grass over the entire arena? Is he stupid? You know, you might be onto something. It's a little bit of a late dot on, but hey, I didn't get around to it until now. I was actually back in Endwalker. I remember we had a little bit of a just a casual Sunday extreme prog. We were trying to prog Golbus extreme. First time we said as much in the posting, in the Party Finder really? In the Party Finder posting that it was first time. We got at least one rando from Party Finder in. And, well, because some people were first-timers there, you know, they decided to watch the cutscene. You know, the opening cutscene. And before we even got in, like, before the cutscene had finished, that guy was like, hello, cutscene? Hello? And then left. Like, like, Mister, did you accidentally sign up for a first-timer group? Not realizing it was a first-timer group? This was off the back of the, who was it that suggested turning off the auto-skip cutscenes? People are allergic to reading. People are impatient as wow. I don't even think this was about not liking cutscenes. This person was just incredibly impatient. Elitism in a learning group? Yeah, and the elitist was the guest, effectively. Did you get annoyed by Kefka's voice? Because I did. No, I didn't. I thought it was hilarious. Y-O-U. Get those drapes. Hardest ones to keep alive. What do you mean, Pandaxter? His opening line. Oh yeah, I don't believe so. That's what we call bad. Ow. We have exactly enough furniture, so it might be fine. Nailed it. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Cat. Oh, man. Well, we really cleaned up the field here, huh? I wonder if cover can steal the fire off of your ally. I don't think it can, but I've not tried it. Hey Rios! Obey doing will. Not pass flames onto the same piece of furniture in quick succession anymore. I don't think that if that was an option, that must have been a very brief period that was an option. But don't worry, for now, Mara, we have a few ones stocked because I have a job of each role ready to go, so I can easily swap over. I'll queue when it says 51. Don't worry, Seal, it's just green. It's the Void mug. Take a sip of the Void. Tasty, tasty Void. I feel like Bart won't have it. Nah, yeah, I don't. I think we have a problem. I do think we have a bit of a problem. How does the Void taste? It's very nice. Well, let's see. We have a Scholar stocked. Let's do the Scholar. Boop. I'll say Chloe. Invisible mug. The invisible mug. Man. The Scholar auto attack's worth it at this level. I mean, it's 3 damage, but it's like 100 damage to a 3k broil, so it's not a lot, but it's not 0. And you have a whole video on auto attack. I don't have a whole video, but I have a short on auto attacks. But that mostly focuses on the value of auto attacks at lower levels. Hey, Dev, thank you. What role has the least chances to get Praetorium in Mentor Roulette? I think tank would be my guess. Is this another Dark Knight that is using no mitigation for a pull like this? Not even one TBN. I can't res him. They said they timed their invuln too late. So I then said, hey, you have to announce it if you want to invuln, because I spent all I had to keep you up. And then they said, sorry, I'll mitigate. He's not complaining in chat. He's apologizing in chat. At least he knew that he was the derp here. But I also said before he even had a chance to say anything, I said, remember to mitigate. So he was already caught red-handed if he was about to go, where the heal's at, Lamau. I kept track of him the whole time. But you make a good point. He's also not really spending that much MP. In a pull that big, you can pop Living Dead so early if you aren't going to mitigate. The problem is, again, that he didn't say that he was going to mitigate. So if he had just slammed Living Dead, he had to slam it super specifically timed so that he would catch it. While I wasn't actively healing him up. That's why I told him, you have to tell me if you're gonna invuln, because it doesn't work if you just send it as a Dark Knight. At least not if your healer's good. Then they'll just be like, well, I mean, you're full now. I can see you're Living Dead. I can stop healing you for 10 seconds, but I mean... Maybe he never had a good healer. Well, I mean... He dropped near death like 2 or 3 times. And on the 3rd time, I just couldn't save him. And yes, there was a possibility that I maybe decided that, oops, I couldn't save him after all, to just see what he was going to do about it. And the answer was he was not going to do anything about it. And then he just died. Do you have any tips to help with Sanguine Scratch? The bat chains in M9S. It's my last point of struggle and I can't read the proteins that well. I don't really have a solid tip, by the way. Hey, Grizzly Bjorn, thank you for the sub. I don't really have like a solid tip beyond take note that whenever you see like the protein slashes, you know, the cones, the safe spots are definitely between the spot you just saw slash. So just step, like, as you see the slashes come out, like the cones, move right into the center of one of the cones you just saw. Because, like, as you can, like, you can move into them as they're, like the afterglow is fading. So if you look at that, that would be my suggestion, but it's not that easy. Is it just the cones that you're having trouble with? It does look like now that we can see him in natural environment, not trying to invuln, that he does have some mitigation, but still weird with the MP spending. Oh well. At least it is something. I should have waited until I was in combat for that. In that case, that's the best I have for you, Chloe. It's not that easy to explain. It's a lot like just like, oh, I just look at it, right? But I do think it might help you by looking at, like, pay attention to where the cones were and then move into them, because those are, well, like, they are technically safe spots for the next set, and that's absolutely true. We can make it work. He's doing normal pulls that are, like, pretty common. The Giga pull he did at the start is not something every party will do. It's a lot more common nowadays because it's a little bit awkward to split it up. But he was basically doing a pull of a Chad while not actually mitigating it. Makes it a little hard. Have a good time, Mistle. If your warrior should be able to wall-to-wall pull the entire Mount Gold even without healer support. It's not quite that simple. Warrior can solo the Giga pulls in Mount Gold. Like, entirely. The whole thing. But unless the DPS is on point, you have to kite the mobs to, like, run the cooldowns. So it's a little more complicated than just, oh, you should just be able to do it without a healer. Hey, Flems. Just Giga pull them out. I'm just saying, we did that. Like, on stream, ages ago, in the solo challenge series, did Mount Gold with every Giga pull done as is. Although each of them took like 7, 8, maybe 10 minutes, because I had like I only got some uptime and then I had to run away to run the cooldown on raw intuition. I think it's dangerous when we, whether we meme or not, as we were talking about a bit ago, that you will eventually run into people that don't realize it's a meme if you're memeing. It's dangerous to set a precedence that if you are a warrior, you should just be able to do something like the Gigapulse and Mount Gold that are actually genuinely considered really hard as like as a standard. That's something you should be able to do if you're really good at warrior now. That's a whole different story. Just saying. Exodi says, should I be using Vengeance or Damnation on cooldown as warrior for damage? I don't recommend it. However, if you are in a like a leveling dungeon or something, as an example, you're in a leveling dungeon, right? Like this one. It might make sense for a warrior to specifically, like, say, I've mentioned this before, I've talked about this before. Different people have different preferences in the order in which... He's not mitigating. Now he's mitigating. In the order in which they use things like Rampart versus Shadow Wall, or Rampart versus Vengeance and whatnot. On specifically Warrior, there might be extra justification to prioritize Vengeance first, because, as you pointed out, Vengeance does retaliation damage. To be end with crit shields, which gun gets put on top. Doesn't matter. The way that the game works is that it has a priority in which it resolves the shields, and TBN has one of the highest priorities in the game. It always to better interpret what you said, TBN always goes on top of the stack in that context. And it does not care about order or something. It just goes first. What's higher than TBN? I believe Arcane Crest is above TBN. So if you use TBN on a Reaper that then uses Arcane Crest, then the Arcane Crest takes damage first. A lot of the priority stuff makes enough sense that if you sit down and look at it, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, one of the best examples of that is that for a Scholar, the crit shield has higher priority than the non-crit shield. The logic is that the non-crit shield has value to the Scholar in pristine condition because they can spread it with deployment tactics. Similarly, for a Sage, the non-crit shield has higher priority than the crit shield. Wow, that Dragoon is in a hurry. Because there is genuine value for the Sage in seeing the shield broken to get their Batter Sting. feel like we had a... I feel like I lost my train of thought on something. We like sidetracked. Right, the vengeance thing. The vengeance thing. If you're in a leveling dungeon or something, and you're going to, and you want to maximize your damage as a warrior, then yes, you could use vengeance more aggressively, because, you know, auto attacks will be retaliated for a little extra damage. But I highly recommend that you specifically plan it out so that, you know, you have vengeance for AoE pulls and such. Gonna be a lot more helpful there than the damage you could gain would be helpful. Remember, it's like 55 potency per swing. If a boss hits you like 5 times during vengeance, you're getting, you know, like 300 potency. If you using vengeance on a boss means for any reason that your healer loses a single GCD to needing to cast a healing GCD on you instead, that 300 potency is just down the drain. That's the reason why I'm like, don't just send it because more damage, because our damage is more important. Now, in a single boss encounter, you could use it if you know, for instance, that, oh, well, I will not need vengeance or damnation for mitigating an attack ever on this boss. Then you could just send it while the boss is swinging at you. Absolutely. In content where the damage difference actually matters, like where you're like, I actually need the damage because DPS check or something, you don't have damnation or vengeance to spare. And if you do, there's something much more important to resolve than getting 300 potency out of vengeance or something. What is the Sweet Dreamer title unlocked from? I believe it's from the from the Pixies. But yeah, you could gain damage from using vengeance or damnation or something on cooldown. But for the most part, it's such a small amount that I would say that in an optimization scenario, less than 1% of the player base has any business worrying about that. They probably have something they can gain more damage out of first. Those are what Brett said. Zipzap says, since eProc can override a spread low, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I have covered that in a Mythbuster video or two, I believe. The way that it works is that... So, Scholars' shields from their casts are called Galvanize. And if they get a crit shield, it's called... That one is called Catalyze. Catalyze stacks with other shields. Just, you know, not... You can't have multiple Catalyzes on the same person. They stack with other shields. Galvanize does not stack with the GCD-based shields from Sage. And For some reason, any shield from Sage that is either E-Prog or E-Diag will override Galvanize as a result. If you're casting a Galvanize on a Galvanize, I believe the bigger shield always wins. But if it's Galvanize versus E-Prog, then the most recent cast wins. Now, E-Prog similarly states that it doesn't stack with Galvanize or E-Diag. That's correct. If you cast E-Prog repeatedly, it will only be replaced with a bigger E-Prog. But any Galvanize shield will override E-Prog. Every time. And now is where the jank comes in. And just to be clear, I'm aware that the E-Prog on the owner, like the caster itself, gives an Adder Sting if it breaks. That one doesn't get special treatment, keep that in mind. The E-Prog on yourself, which gives an Adder Sting if it breaks, doesn't get special treatment. That one is equally just deleted if a Scholar uses Consultation. Just, if they deploy, doesn't matter. But E-Diag will replace any E-Prog of any size. It will replace Galvanize of any size. And it will only be overridden by a bigger E-Diag. And I really mean that. E-Diag cannot be removed by a Scholar. Because it has special privileges. If a Sage gives everyone in your party E-Diag, then your Scholar can't shield anyone. Does deployment tactics work on a different Scholar shield? I do not believe so, no. But that we can quickly test. You're also Scholar right now. Come, Fern. If you shield me, I'll try and deploy your shield. Nope. Has to be yours. Now, and the interesting thing, the reason why I clarified that yes, E-Prog has the same sort of thing as E-Diag, where it should have special privileges, right? At launch of Endwalker, at launch, E-Prog couldn't give you Adder Stings. I believe it was either 605 or 61 that they were like, oh, that's a good point. We should change that. And then just slapped it on the shield that goes on the Sage themselves. That makes sense. Which would explain... either they chose to not give it special privileges, or they forgot that they gave E-Diag special privileges. Does differential diagnosis stack with catalyze though? Yes, they do. Hey Fern, can you give me a catalyze? Can you crit that Adlo? Quick, before my shield runs out, I have to make another one. No worries, Fern. There you go. Well, bam. But yeah, that is why when you have a Scholar Sage healer comp, it kind of requires communication, because making the most of both of them is complicated. Arguably, in any situation where you're just putting up like a Constitution or E-proc shield because, oh, there's damage incoming, it makes way better sense to just let the Sage do that. Their E-proc has less upfront healing and is cheaper, technically. And because it's instant, it's more flexible to use. And it can give an Adder Sting if it breaks. So, like, for the small random shield starter fight, the Sage is superior. But every time there's like a big thing, letting the Scholar set up the deployment is way better. But if the Sage just goes, oh, I'm just gonna reposition real quick, well, might as well set up a shield for everyone. That couldn't hurt, could it? And then the Scholar's just there like, I just use deployment tactics. Ugh. But the Sage might not even realize. Like, I'm not even joking. I've heard stories of some scholars that were actually furious, suggesting that Sages all did it on purpose just to be jerks. And I'm like, have you played Sage? It's pretty common to just go, oh, I need to reposition. Oh, very, very, like, that's the equivalent of a scholar just going, oops, I need to reposition. But the Scholar just, like, Scholar doesn't have the shield in that way, and Sage doesn't have the attack in that way. Like, the Sage might have an Adder Sting, they might have run out. And if they ran out, well, they're technically doing the thing that will give them a new one. Do regions from Astra and White Mage stack? Yes. The one thing is that buffs, like mitigation buffs, don't stack with each other if it's the same thing. If they're different, they typically do. I'm pretty sure Sacred Soil and Karakoli stack. Healing over time effects stack. Region from, yeah, two regions from 2 Sages also stack, but I believe the healing bonus does not. Generally, you don't have to worry about this kind of stuff, Akisora. It only really comes down to, like, awkward situations when you have double barrier in an 8-man duty. This general rule of thumb, if it gives damage reduction, they don't stack. No, it's more like if it's a buff that gives you some sort of modifier, then it probably doesn't stack with another one of the same modifier. As in, Physis gives a 10% increase to all healing. That will not stack with another Physis. However, Physis also gives a different buff that just heals you. And another Physis will stack. Can you Pepsis the other Sage's shields? No. Although that would be really funny. Two Sage party can be rough because a lot of our OGVs don't stack. I mean, that's kind of also that's kind of the case with 2 anythings. Two of the same DPS? Oh, well, I hope you space out your raid buffs. It's generally just unfortunate. But the kind of content where that would happen typically doesn't matter. Typically, it doesn't matter in that kind of content. And if you're on content where it does matter, the first question is, how did you end up with 2 Sages? Yeah, we got 15 duties. Let's see what we got. 1, 2, 3. 3 guild tests, and then 1, 2, 3 leveling dungeons, and 1, 2 high level dungeons, and 1, 2, 3 extremes, and 1, 2 normal raids, 1 normal trial, and 1 MSQ roulette. We really got around. We got a little bit of everything, man. Amish says, it seems like a lot of unnecessary work, but has there ever been a spreadsheet of what dungeon or job combos are in which mental roulette video? No. There is not. I don't really keep track of that either. Beyond, like, making a note on the specific clip of what job I was. Partly because when it comes to, like, a lot of the duties, it might not actually add anything of value. I might be like, well, technically I played Bard in that whole duty, but then I did the whole duty and, like, nothing special came of it, and not once did I mention anything specific to Bard, so it's just like, oh. So I haven't really bothered to keep track of that. And also sometimes I like go on a tangent talking about the tricks of a different player in the team. So sometimes it doesn't even matter what I'm playing. It's similar to how I don't really keep a spreadsheet of what things I covered in the Mythbuster series. I just kind of do it. And then sometimes I'll double check whether I already did a specific thing. By just searching in my manuscript folders. Butterfly says, I once did Savage with 2 sages. It was a mess. Oh boy. They just kept using Karakoli at the same time. You know what the saddest part is? That if they just set their watches, they could have permanent Karakoli on the party. By just taking turns. I mean, it says, even as a newer player, even watching what you look at, where you're focused, has helped me get a better feel for what telegraphs attacks beyond ground. What telegraphs attacks beyond ground markers. Oh, yeah, I could see that. And yeah, exactly. That's also something that is kind of like, you know, doesn't matter whether I'm a specific job. But I can say, I believe the first 21 mental roulettes in the Dawntrail series has like a label in the thumbnail with the job icon. Because those first 21 sets were meant to be like accompanying the job guides in a way. Like, I rushed a little bit to catch up at the start, but eventually I hit a point where it was something like Monday, the mental roulette for insert job comes out, then like Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Friday, or something like that, the low level and the high level versions of the guide comes out for that specific job. Akisola says, the one healer main in my group loves Scholar, but I can't wrap my head around why. Scholar is very interesting. I've noticed it, and I've also been told by veteran players that Scholar has basically been one of, if not the best job since A Realm Reborn. It's just weird. And it's a healer. So, and when a healer's really busted, but in a weird way, it's not very obvious. But what's really interesting about Scholar is that if you really look close at its toolkit, it's almost like it can do anything you want. You just have to figure out how. Makes the biggest shields. It has the ability to turn into the strongest healer for a little bit. It has a speed boost. It can do a little extra damage. It can heal around corners by sending its pet out. I don't know how often that's relevant, but you can heal around corners. Mara says, I haven't leveled a single job in this game without looking at a Kai guide while doing it. Thank you. I'm glad my guides helped. It's gonna be weird playing Evercold opening week and figuring out Evolved mode before any new guides drop. Well, let's see what happens. There's a lot of things that are possible. But when Dawntrail came out, I released my first job guide for Dawntrail Monday. When the Dawntrail patch or expansion dropped Friday. So if you want to get big brain with it, I will probably stream my MSQ playthrough and all that. It's possible a lot of things happen, but for Dawntrail, on release day, I started by streaming going over many of the things that had changed. There's probably a bit too much for Evercold with all the Evolved mode stuff. But I'll probably do something like that and go over some stuff that I've noticed and things. Might go and unlock the new jobs. And then I'll pick a job and start MSQ. And the job I pick will probably be the job that I make the first job guide on, because that will be the one that I will have a chance of being educated enough to make the guide. There's also the part that because Evercold would have completely revamped jobs, I might need a little extra time to figure that one out. It's a black mage first, right? I don't know, Zipzap. Anything's possible. I have a feeling that unless I end up knowing something that you don't, it's very likely that I'll probably figure out what job that I'll do MSQ on the day. But who knows what's possible? For now, I mean, we have fan fests, and I think I have mentioned it on stream already, but I am coming to the Berlin Fan Fest in a month. For those that have, I know some have asked previously and gotten no. It's a yes now. It's a yes now. Volta says, are you planning on doing the guides the same way you did in Dawntrail? I don't know. Meaning the mentor video that week's using the job, then the guide? Maybe? That could be. Over the course of the Dawntrail guides, I ended up changing from making like a low and a high level version to just making one big guide, and I'll probably continue doing that. Now, the whole separate question is, I don't know if I'll do separate Reborn and Evercold guides. I might. But it kind of depends on whether it feels like it makes sense. Do you think Evercold will be the Lizard expansion with more Aura NPCs? Well, I mean, we just went through an expansion with basically no Lizards, so maybe. Anyway, we did 15 duties, but I think this is a decent point to wrap up. How do you feel the tanks currently compare to one another? Just your personal take. Well, currently we're in a situation where Paladin is really, really, really strong at one thing, and Dark Knight is really, really, really strong at another thing, and Warrior and Gunbreaker are in a position where, I mean, they are like their own things, but the things that a lot of parties need the most, Paladin and Dark Knight do better. But the thing is, all 4 tanks are good enough that you can play whatever you want. Warrior is supposedly a little bit on the weaker side in hard content, while Warrior is a little bit busted on the survivability side and casual content, which leads to this very weird situation where you'll see Savage Raiders be like, no, Warrior sucks, and then you'll see casual players be like, no, Warrior's overpowered, which I think is extremely funny. Now, with that said, if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. They're usually updated Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the roll assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. So the next run around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like over on the YouTube side of things, you can follow, you can subscribe, you can become a member, you can super chat, you can cheer, you can do all of that goodness, and if you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link that I'll post it right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you, without having to worry about algorithms and whatnot. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me tonight, so let's see who we can raid. Who can we raid? So many beautiful people. You know, it's funny, I should have looked at these kind of things when I'm like just talking so that I have an idea before I do this. Oh well. Oh well. Ooh, looks like Reg is doing some dailies. Let's go there. But that'll be it from me tonight, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where in the world, and hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!